Okay. Let me double check on work. All right, no pressing messages right now. Okay, cool. And yeah, how is everyone's? Oh man, my shoulder needs to pop, but it won't. Oh, there we go. Oof. Yeah, how's everyone's Monday? First day back after the holiday break for most of us. I think some of us didn't take the break off, but because most of people were gone anyway, it was a pretty lax week anyway. Let me take a vitamin D real quick. That would be a good idea. Exactly. And then you can take the time off when you actually like would enjoy it, you know? All right, let me just double check one thing. Yeah, exactly, wing out. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I agree. I concur. Do you concur? All right, let's make sure beanie's even. I cut my hair yesterday. We got enough people. Free beanie lists. Look at how bald I'm getting. It's getting really thin right in here, which is fine. Can't beat genetics, and I got balding on both sides of my family. But yeah, cut my hair live on gaming stream yesterday. Those of you that weren't there, you missed out. No, I don't trust any of that shit. And isn't Hims just glorified Rogaine? The problem with Rogaine is you basically have to like keep using it to maintain the effect of it. It's not something you can use for a bit, regrow your hair, and then stop using it, right? So now, I'm not looking for another routine. I'm not looking to put some weird ass chemical on my head every single day. Nah. Yeah, like the transplant thing, right? Like, 10 grand, fly to Turkey, get it done. Eh. Again, I kind of pride myself on not caring that much about it. Like, I care enough to wear the beanie, sure. But also, it's a level of vanity that I'm not into. We all have some level of vanity, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't shave. I wouldn't like trim the mustache. I wouldn't be wearing the beanie probably, right? I wouldn't care about what clothes I wear or any of that stuff, right? We all have some level of vanity. To me, hair transplant is way past the level of vanity I'm willing to allow myself. No offense if other people want to do it. Like, I'm not going to judge you for it. It's just something I would judge myself for. The Dracula hairline. Oh, like the point, the widow's peak. Yeah, I mean, I care a little bit, right? Obviously, I got the beanie. I'm only human. Beanies are cheaper than hair transplants. Eh, no, if I cared, the value would totally be worth it, you know? All right, like there is value if I cared enough. And who knows, maybe in another 10 years, I'll pull the Elon Musk and I'll go get the hair replaced. In 10 years, I'll be a completely different person, right? Like all my cells will have regenerated. I'm a totally different person at that point, right? Every 7 years or whatever. Shaving is a level of effort that I just don't care enough. And also, right, like that level of effort is past my vanity as well. Like you shave your head, then you got to shave it, what, at least once a week. Dude, I don't even want to trim my mustache once a week. Legally speaking, I am. Biologically speaking, I am not. Right? Like your cells die and replace each other every 7 years, right? Again, zero. That's a thing I would have to do. No, thank you. Once or once every other week. Yeah, again, that's just something I'm not willing to do. I'm way too lazy for that. I can barely keep up on my laundry. Like, no, I'm good, man. No, thank you. Yeah, it's good enough. I'm okay with it. Yeah, no, like the fully shaved thing is just way too much effort. And I'm okay with like the Friar Tuck, like, short ish, right? Currently, I cut my hair once a year. As it starts getting like really bad, I'm not sure I'm gonna want to do like the. Hold on, Manny Black Books. I'm not sure I'm gonna go for this look. Okay. Like, I don't think I want that one at least. Yeah, the skullet. I don't think I'm gonna go for the skullet. So eventually, I'll have to start cutting my hair more than once a year. It's already really close to that, actually. Like when it gets too long. Actually, I wouldn't mind that hair, right? Just start puffing it up a bit more. That one's not bad. But yeah, no. I'll probably end up having to start cutting my hair once every 2 or 3 months, which I'm okay with. When it starts getting to once a month, then I might consider the fully bald, just like shave it thing. Sure, why not? But anyway, let's get to some code. So the part that we left off on, we ended up implementing the transactions, which is nice. We need to do the payments page. We do have a bug with the sort arrow functionality when created at is the value that we want to sort by. So we should probably look at that. But yeah, I think first step, let's get the payment stuff going. So if we go look at it, right, this is the transactions page. Our token is probably invalid now, so we're going to have to re-log in there. There we go. All right, so yeah. The interesting thing, though, is that we are sorting by date. Oh, no, we're sorting by ID right now, just the wrong order. Interesting, okay. But once we do date, actually, yeah, I don't know if we actually have the bug anymore. That part seems fine. Oh, hold on. No, I know what the issue is. If we go back to here and we set the default sort, no, interesting. Okay, so our bug is actually that even if we set created at, we're not doing that sort. That might be something we want to dig into sooner rather than later. All right. So hold on. Let's go look at the network here. Hmm. Okay. So yeah. Created at is our default, sure, but our backend endpoint, that's what we changed. Transactions get all. Interesting. So we know that sorting by created at works by default, but it's not working here. Oh. Yeah, no, balances transactions. Yeah, all right. So here's the thing. We know we're in the right endpoint. because we were able to modify the log and it added that sort key value. The DB is Dynamo. DynamoDB. Oh, okay. So no, it's the front end. Front end is actually sending that. Ah, that was it. That was it. And that actually seems to be working fine now. Okay. I think that is now failing. Okay. So yeah, this is going to be down here. All right, this is the load more button. We set show loading overlay to true. Oh, and this part's no longer making that request. Okay, so then this would be... there is no always, but I tend to be opting for the stack that you see right now. But yeah, always doesn't fit because I work with all sorts of stuff. If it's something that I want to actually launch as a business, I will typically pick this stack. And yeah, how you doing, Pranav? How you doing over there on YouTube, Mr. Sir? But yeah, the stack that I will typically pick is marketing site will be Astro and MarkDoc. Sometimes MarkDoc isn't even necessary. The dashboard will be a React SPA with using Vite and often Mantine, but we'll see about that here in the future. The backend will be AWS Lambda and my wrapper around Architect, which is a Lambda thing. And then, you know, DynamoDB is part of that Architect stuff as well. That is for anything that I want to launch as like a proper business that scales to 0. That said, the next project we do after Waltr will probably be something based on Honk. Just because I want to give it a try, and I want to have some projects that I could maybe potentially submit to the Cloudflare Workers Launchpad program. That would be my goal. So yeah, Honk is Hono, Drizzle ORM, Neon, Cloudflare. I probably won't use Neon. I'll just opt for Cloudflare D1 instead, because I think that would most likely help get me, get me selected for the Launchpad program. But basically, the next two projects, or next one project I work on, is going to be made to dog food Waltr. And I haven't decided which project that is yet, but it'll either be a FormSpree clone or a dub.co clone. I'm thinking dub.co is like the main one, but FormSpree is another good option too. But the idea is I need something I can dog food Waltr with. And if I can use Honk with it, that would be even more fun. And then eventually maybe try and hit up Fiberplane, the makers of Honk. Try and hit up Fiberplane for maybe some sponsored content for the Honk thing I'm doing. We'll see. But yeah, what's up, CD Villard? Hey, what you up to? And yeah, how you doing there? Shuffleopagopagus. Shuffleopagopagus. Yeah, I like that name. Just takes me a second to read it and remember how to say it. So yeah. Yeah, next project will not be using Architect, but it will be consuming Waltr because that's the main goal of it. And what's up, That Absurd Triangle 2? I translated your name as Vercel 2. Oh, hell yeah, CD Villard. Yeah, Jason's awesome. Hell yeah. I don't know if he knows I'm just right up here in Seattle. He wouldn't even have to pay for a plane flight to get me involved. But I did leave him hanging at one point, so I could see there being a bit of spite out of that. Yeah, are you going to be doing the like the next iteration of like the game show? And if you can't say, then don't worry about it. Leet Heat? Yeah, that's awesome. Hell yeah. Uh, and wait, easy. Don't raise what yet? Are you saying don't raise funding for Waltr because you want to invest in Waltr? You can get in on the second round. That's fine. You can get in on like the Series A after we've done our seed round. '90s console music vibes? Yeah, you're not wrong about that. So what are we doing? We're working on a software as a service. Real quick, though, I do have to use the restroom. I've been chugging the water all morning. Just give me a second, and I'll be right back. And yeah, in like a half hour to an hour, you can have a beverage. So yeah. And Wing Out, thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right, so this endless loader is because we didn't actually make our request that would have then canceled the loading. All right, so when we do a fetch for these, we need to pass a bunch of stuff. Balance ID is missing, though. Yep. And then, yeah, here we just want to set show loading overlay to false for now. Let's make this a to-do for now. All right, so will it blend? Nope. Nope. Okay, so our failure here is most likely because what we had in this load more is incorrect. Yeah, yep. Yeah, I think start key right here is a problem. So start key and unique key are broken for us. Let's go look at balance accounts real quick, because we're doing that part. Down here still. Yeah, it's a software as a service I'm building. And Cyber Crystal City, thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right, so here's the thing. I trimmed my mustache earlier today. Pretty sure a bunch of hairs got up in my nose. So let's consider this failure again. Exclusive start key must have same size as table's key schema. And that's all just kind of coming from the AWS SDK. So we don't get any better error reporting than that. Exclusive start key. We could just log the whole thing too. But let's just do this for now. Ah, that is a lot of errors. Yeah, we got to fix that bug for sure. Right now we've got a bug in fetching more on that page. So right, like our load more button is throwing a 500. The ID is definitely the created at value that we care about. Must have same size as tables key schema. So if we look at query string parameters right here, oh. So hold on, that's our issue. So start key here probably shouldn't do the created at. And I think that might be the entire issue there. And we can go verify that here in a second. I just want to try it real quick. No. Do we get the same exact error? Provided starting key is invalid. So let me look at how we're doing that for accounts. To that, yeah, to the later one. So you're saying you're happy to get in on like the second round of investment? I appreciate you there, Easy. Yeah, we'll see. Like, I don't know. I got to convince at least one round to invest in me before I can convince a second round. So it'll be a bit. Let me get more music going. All right, so if we look at the account skittle, which we do know works, right? Maybe I should go double check that. I guess here's the thing. Are we sorting accounts by their date? I don't think we are. Yeah. So that wouldn't be our bug. And we only have 4 accounts, so we're not doing a load more. What about accounts in general? We only have 5. All right, so let's scaffold out some more accounts. We only need more than 10 to test this. And what's up? Kiss my pixels. How you doing? Lil Seth, what time is it here? It is 3:47 p.m. 11:47 where you're at. So 8 hours. That means you're in the UK, right? Or you're on a UK time zone. Could be Spain? Could be... Okay, UK. There we go. There we go. There we go. You got to get going. Hold on, sorry, I missed your comment there. Gonna go. Have a wonderful rest of our day. Yeah, have a good night there. Yep. Later, absurd triangle. I mean, Vercel. Am I using a library for my table sorting? I mean, I'm using Mantine's table functionality, but they don't inherently handle the sorting for me. Like, I had to create a link for all that stuff separately. Like, really, I think Mantine is just there to set up, like, the table styling and layout components, right? Yeah, they don't do the sorting at all. Sorting is something you kind of implement on top. Well, it's not SQL-based sorting because we're not using SQL. And what's up, Fizzo? But no, it's backend. No, it's kind of not even close to the same type of thing, right? Like tomato wise. Because with Dynamo, you can't do page-based sorting. You have to use a cursor. Or like page-based pagination, I should say. So you can't do like an offset. What up, Fizzo? It's 1 a.m., but you're going to have a nice lunch in a few hours? That's questionable, but more power to you. All right, so let me just scaffold out 5 more. I think we're probably good enough, so let me just do a refresh. I just feel like having 5 more would be worth it anyway. Yeah, 6 a.m. lunch definitely hits different. Okay, so we're able to load more based upon account ID, but if I refresh again, more than a few. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Like a night, it's going to be, wait, it's Christmas today? No, it isn't. Oh, really? Oh, see, I don't even know. Interesting. Yeah, I had no idea that there was a difference in when they celebrated the holiday though. So this is a fun bug. Fizzo, how is it working? It's not. Yeah, that's like totally broken. Like values are getting duplicated and everything too. Okay, so hold on. We got a bug to fix. Yeah, we have a bug to fix in how we're generating this value. Let's go fix our fixtures. There's like a hair right in front of my eye. There we go. Got him. All right, so let's just do this, right? We're going to switch from number-based IDs for the account to string-based IDs, right? To UUIDs, or technically nano IDs. All right, so let's do this. We will reset the database. Easy. You might have a bit of a delay going. Just saying. Like your stream might be a bit behind. Basically, if you tab away, YouTube basically pauses the stream. At least from what I've seen. Like maybe it's only on my machine, but yeah, if I tab away, like I'll end up being delayed on my viewing of my own stream. Alexander. Sounds great. Nicely done. It takes forever to load. Alexander, one person $1 billion company? I don't know about that one. There's no way a school district is paying you $1 billion. Nope. I don't believe you. Sure. That's doable. Yeah, I'd say I don't know. I think $1 billion is ambitious there, Alexander. Schools are notoriously cheap with small budgets. But if you make it happen, good job. I believe in you. I think you got this. I just think billion sounds a little far-fetched for something school-based. Yeah, no worries, Wing Out. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm here 5 days a week. Okay, so we're going to get logged out here. Oh no, the code's gonna expire before it gets actually cooperatively scheduled by the API. So I gotta just let the scaffolding finish for a sec. Okay, so looks like that finished. Oh, hey, it did get logged in. Nice. Okay, so now we can go look at this. We can go to accounts. We should see 10 of them. Yep. And yeah, that page we also did not actually implement the load more functionality. All right, so we'll have to do that here in a second. Okay, so the sorting actually seems to work now. Except it doesn't. Aha, so this is where we run into the bug where the last thing gets duplicated. And now it's totally going to break on us, right? Oh, no, no, okay, so that's fine. Okay, so we're good there. Comes back with just 0. That's okay. And what's up, Happy Wolf? We're working on a software as a service. All right, so that still fails out. Because, yeah, provided starting key is invalid. And what's up, config? How you doing? Nice, Happy Wolf. Uh, what's up, Easy? Maybe Happy Wolf. That does make me want to get a hoodie that has a bull on it, though, because that would be hilarious. Samars is asking, they're new to making a SaaS, but not new to CS. Where would I recommend you start? I don't know. What do you mean? What issues are you having with it, config? I don't know, Happy Wolf. I don't really want to go through the whole thing. Sorry. I'm in the middle of a bug. Oh, submodule stuff. Yeah, I'd love to hop on a call and understand it more. We do also have like a feedback form that you could use as well. So yeah, I did just set up cal.com so we can hop on a call here eventually. I just need to get you the link. All right, one second. Mars says making your own E2E product that can be profitable. You're currently employed but not happy, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, that's probably a business thing, and you should probably just read books about business. Happy Wolf, I appreciate the comment, but you're just doing animal stuff. Like, that has nothing to do with the algorithm. Like, you're just exploiting people and their love for animals. Like, cool. Good job on the views. But questionable comment there. Okay. Happy Wolf, it had a very much do you know who I am kind of vibe. It really did. You got to have some self awareness there. YouTube is not doing real time audio analysis. They're not doing that, Happy Wolf. Kiss my pixels. That's funny. My dad owns Xbox, okay? All right, so let's try and fix this. Right, so that load more fails us. And it's complaining about exclusive start key must have same size as table's key schema. So we haven't seen this error before. Oh. So hold on. I'm wondering if it's because I'm trying to. Well, no, we're able to query by created at on other pages. That's not it. Oh, so I restarted the bot. I didn't actually restart the browser extension that gets that data. 1 second. I think it's good now. There you go. Okay, so no, it's failing out for that specific thing. Okay, later, Happy Wolf. You don't seem very happy. You seem pretty judgmental. Not that fun of a viewer. Let's get more music going. Oh, well, no. No. Okay, so this isn't it completely, though. Are you allowed to use the pro license while working in a team bigger than 10? I don't see any problem with that. No, I think it's mainly about like the team in that case is like the people registered for the product. So yeah, no, you're totally fine there. I love that happy wolf person. I have over 1 million followers across socials. Please treat this stream as if I'm the only person here. Like, jeez. I don't know, man. Some people. What do you mean you don't want to spend your time explaining the entire process of what you've done and where you're at every single time someone comes in? Do you know who I am? Exactly, Liminal. Right? I'll have you know, I take pictures of dogs and people love it, so obviously I know everything about social media. Yeah. Yeah, I get it there, Fizzo. Like, yeah, exploiting people's love for animals. It's not real content. It's really just not real content. It's quite possibly the laziest thing you could do to get followers. Besides OnlyFans. Honestly, like, if they weren't so condescending with their, like, last message or two, would have been fine. I'm really not a fan of the goodbye and good luck. You don't have to announce you're leaving, you can just leave. Like. Again, it has a very much like, don't you know who I am kind of vibe to it. It's like that episode of Rick and Morty, right? Like, well, I'm leaving. Okay, that was always allowed. Yeah, I was really tempted as well. Like, I was really tempted there, Fizzo, when they were like, I have over 1 million followers. Yeah, I was really, really, like, tempted to just block them at that point. You're not wrong. I'm trying to have a little bit more restraint these days. Uh, yeah, so feeling good. I would. I like Prime. I consider him a friend. I wouldn't actually listen to anything he has to say about languages. I'm sorry, like it's just hyperbole. It's how he gets his views. That elitism. Eh, right? If you listen to Prime, he hated Rust 4 years ago. He started using it, got a bunch of viewers. Now he hates it again. Who cares? Like, just who cares? He's gonna jump to the next language bandwagon that he thinks is cool. That's fine. I just don't care. Yeah, exactly. It's all hype. Yeah, and Fizzo, like he gets a lot of views for trashing JS. Like, it's cool. He does some other really good content sometimes, but yeah, that is the content that I'm not a fan of. He can dislike whatever he wants, but making that like a core part of his like vibe, just hating on languages, no thank you. I like a lot of his content. I don't like that part of his content. Yeah, I don't know. I dislike it. Learning new languages is very smart. I agree. Like, yeah, learn new languages because learning a new language makes you understand the one you're using better. It makes you better at the one you're using. Learning a functional language will help you understand how to write functional JavaScript or whatever. But yeah, primes, like, it's no longer about getting stuff done and making things. It's about trash talking languages and reacting to things. Cool. But like, I would not listen to an opinion about languages from someone like that. Right? Hold on. It's like that meme, right? Oh geez, what is it? It's that meme where it's like the Indian dude who's like, me and blah 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 are no longer friends. Now me and someone else are best friends. And it's like crossed out and it uses like the really bad like PowerPoint like clip art or whatever. Yeah, he has trashed on every language, right? Because that's a core part of his content. And people love that content. So, yeah, more power to him. Yeah, there are certain cases where I think certain languages are the right tool for the job. If you're building a web application, you're probably going to use JavaScript. And I build a lot of web applications, so I'm probably going to use JavaScript. That's all there is to it. They all have warts. They all have things they do good and things they do bad. I don't know. Yeah. He found a niche. More power to him with that niche. I don't like that aspect of his niche. That's all. What's up, Coding with Strangers? How you doing? First day at your new tech job. Oh shit! What kind of job you got? Here's the thing: feeling good. He doesn't build that much. Like he has in the past. It's not the content he makes though. Right? His content is not really about building that much. But yeah, so hold on. Let me read what Coding with Strangers is up to. And yeah, like what kind of job did you get? I'm curious. And yeah, we're doing well. So everyone from Coding with Strangers stream, we're working on my software as a service for software as a service. The part we're on right now is we have an issue with trying to paginate based upon what we're doing here. And I think the tricky part is it's actually breaking in every case now. So it's not even just about it's not even just about the created at index. Our transaction ID index is also failing. So there's something weird there. And it fails here, but it doesn't fail over in our accounts get all page. And hold on, let me look at this. Hey, Goat Meal. Hey, thanks for the sub, dude. 35 months. That's a long time, man. I appreciate that. So yeah, how you doing, Goat Meal? And yeah, almost 3 years. Yeah, that's a long time. Like, let me put it this way. I like Prime and his content. Let me just wrap that whole thing up. You guys kind of caught us in the middle of a rant. I've been subbed to Prime for 68 months now. So I'm still a fan. I still like the content. But, yeah, when he starts getting on, like, the language hate train, I go find another stream to watch. All right, so hold on. What's the weirdest name for something you have to use? As an example, you think IT has some crazy names like Datadog, Kubernetes, PyTorch, and other ones. What's in a name? Would a software as a service by any other name be less useful? Kubernetes actually makes the most sense. Kubernetes is from a Greek word for navigator or something like that, right? Like the helmsman, the person that like spins the wheel on an old ship. That's actually a really appropriate name, I think. And yeah, exactly. Coding with strangers. Yep, makes sense. And Mario, thank you for the sub, kicking off that hype train. Thank you, appreciate it. Holidays were really busy for you, Goat Meal? Yeah, holidays were a bit busy. Um, and yeah, so Fizzo said GoDaddy. GoDaddy's a good one. Config, did you miss something? Feeling Good was just laughing at the name, GoDaddy or whatever. They're a terrible company, but, you know, it's a good ridiculous name at least. Coding with Strangers, Mr. Sir. Thank you. Hold on. So who got hit by the gift hammer? RJ, Leah T Codes, and Empuli. Yeah, Leah's great. What's up, Ethan, Mr. Sir? Who else we got out there? Terrace. Do I have any publicly available architecture for... I wouldn't call this a financial service, Terrace. This is definitely not a financial service. This is for managing quotas and balances. And you could think about the balance as a service as being financial, but I'm not touching the money, right? This is more about maintaining the thing that the finances would empower, right? So it's a little different. We're using Bandcamp. So I tend to buy music from artists that I want to support. So if you want to see more, there is a playlist. And Ethan, Mr. Sir, Mario, like you guys, thank you for the bits. Appreciate you. How do I deal with the urges to start a new project? Well, I want to launch this project and make money off of it. There you go. I have no idea what Yoda Bank is. And you know what? Hey, it's basically 5 o'clock. 1 second. Let's have a soda. And yeah, thank you all for the hype train. Appreciate you. It's where you keep your Yodas, obviously. Yeah, we got to really figure out what's going on here with our key. All right, let me just double check. We get to this failure. Exclusive start key must have same size as table's key schema. So let me double check this. On this page, we have start key. We're doing partition, sort, tertiary, and quaternary. But I don't think we end up passing these. I think that's our bug. So yeah, right? No matter what, we're only going to have the partition and sort key. So we're passing too many things here. If we go to accounts, which we are able to paginate properly, this actually doesn't seem right to me then, because we're passing tertiary key here. Right, and we're able to go by created at, and we're able to load more. Ignore the fact that we're getting it twice, which is definitely a flaw there, but start key seems fine. Wait. So we're going based off of this. If we're doing tertiary key there, right? What are we doing as our key here? We're doing quaternary there. I think that's it. So it's based off the global secondary index, maybe? Ooh, let me look at what I got. That's a good emote. The danger dance. Oh, I like that. Hold on. That one's good. That one's really good. What emotes did you guys get? All right, you guys ready for the bass thump? Ooh wee! Oh, that's a good one too. And yeah, thank you all for the subs, the bits. I appreciate you. Yeah, happy holidays, happy New Year, etc. And yeah, hold on. Did I miss any other comments? Like stuff was moving pretty quick there. Let me double check. And yeah, so yeah, Terrace, this is not open source or public, but the architecture is, like you can see what the stack is. Like I don't mind saying what the stack is. You just can't see the source code. There is Calatrava, which is the framework I built around Architect. If you want to link to that, but there's no documentation for it, so I wouldn't recommend using it. Like I still forget things about it, you know. So I don't think I would recommend other people try and use it. And then feeling good in config, we're talking about languages. So config, you weren't talking about feeling good's like comment about GoDaddy. You're talking about feeling good's comment about Mojo. Oh, I get it. Okay. Now I get it. I get it. Sorry, I missed that context. And yeah, I haven't looked at what Mojo is actually used or good for yet. Okay, so that's promising. We didn't fail out. Oh, hold on. So it didn't crash. Yeah, so we didn't crash. All right, so that was actually successful. So that's the issue. Okay. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna need to remember this. And hold on. Like, Mojo Lang. Okay, so it's for AI stuff. All right, expressiveness of Python, performance of C. Got it. Oh, and that's the reason I kind of disregarded it. I'm not a big fan of white space sensitive languages, right? Nothing against the language itself. I'm sure it's great. I don't know. There's something about the readability of it to me. But yeah, I'm sure it's fine. So feeling good, the reason for that is not their syntax though, right? The reason is Python has enough stuff that they just can't break backwards compatibility for. At the end of the day, you can have any syntax you want on top of a back end that actually ends up being fast, right? Hence why Elixir is just as fast and sometimes even faster than Erlang. It's just a syntax to the VM it's running on. Same thing with Mojo, it's probably just a syntax to the compiler it's interfacing with. So the runtime speed is completely irrelevant compared to the syntax that you have that you're gonna deal with and write. It will have an impact on compile time. So I'd be curious about the compile time of Mojo because it does seem to me like it's a compiled language. So compiler performance is actually going to be the biggest thing. And that could be a big reason why Primeagen doesn't like Rust anymore. Because, yeah, as a project grows, Rust's compile time does become a problem. He's not currently working on any projects that are big enough for that to be a real justification. Or at least publicly working on projects like that, I should say. I don't know what he does in his own time. Right? So that starts to make sense, right? The person who made LLVM made Mojo. Yeah, they are simply writing a syntax that uses LLVM for compilation. So yeah, makes sense to me. There you go. Yeah, you should make a language called PPG. Nailed it. Yeah, I think he also just doesn't like white space sensitive languages, personally. And yeah. Right, I'm remembering a comment someone said earlier about Prime bringing OCaml to the forefront, and he didn't. Yeah, Prime basically doesn't know OCaml. Tej was having to teach him OCaml when they were making the stuff for their talk show or whatever. So yeah, Prime is basically not an OCaml dev. Tej is the one that brought it to the forefront, and then other people kind of like latched on. White space meaning the indentation matters. So you'll notice if you look at Mojo here, there are no brackets. In place of brackets, they use indentation. So this indentation after that def is how you know that line is nested within that def. I would prefer brackets. To me, that feels more expressive. It allows you to format your code in a more readable way, etc. No, and I get that config, but yeah, like Prime just hasn't done much OCaml ever, right? So yeah, Prime was not responsible for OCaml blowing up. Tej, I think, is the biggest reason. Dylan, DL Mulroy, has also done like a lot for OCaml as well. And that's because he was working at a company that did OCaml. Fun fact for some of y'all that might not know, the original Rust compiler was written in OCaml. Yes, it was. Yep. Yeah, before Rust was bootstrapped, the compiler was written in OCaml. Mm-hmm. You can look it up. Right? Prime might be leaving Rust. That's fine. I've been dabbling with Rust since longer than he's been hating on it. And I still wouldn't use it for everything, right? There's no such thing as a one language for everything tool. Doesn't exist. As long as you don't get into that mindset, you'll be fine. Use it when it makes sense. Don't when it doesn't. There you go. Problem solved. But here's the thing. Nuanced takes like that, riding the fence, sitting in the middle, doesn't get clicks, it doesn't get views, and that's okay. There you go, Steel Toad. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, especially if you lived in Minnesota or something like that, where they salt their roads. Yeah, the original Rust compiler. An old Chrysler. That's a solid joke, Steel Toad. I love that. That was nicely done. Nicely done. Yeah, I mean, I'm not always nuanced. Man, that post I made about Y2K and how like programmers are just as lazy as they've ever been. Man, like Twitter, Blue Sky, you know, sure, got some interaction. I got 40,000 views on LinkedIn with that post. 100 plus comments. Like, that's the biggest post I've ever made to LinkedIn. It's insane. I believe I am now a LinkedIn influencer. And I'm rounding up. It was like 38,000 last I looked. It is. Yeah, for sure. I just thought it was a fun kind of like meme joke. Like, and I do think it is still informative, right? People like to complain about software these days. No, software was just as bad back then. Right? Developers were just as bad back then. There just happens to be so much more software these days that it's in our face. Does LinkedIn pay for content views? Nah. Yeah, there's no like discernible value other than it being another place to build my brand, I guess. Meh. Yeah. LinkedIn pays an exposure. um, Headless Hunter or Headless Headhunter. There is a lot of AI, or maybe not necessarily AI, but at least like scanning of resumes. Like OCR, maybe not AI, but OCR is heavily used in like resume scanning. It's very rare. I think you're maybe misunderstanding the context. When you're using a product like Lever or some of those other things, they are definitely checking for like a match against the keywords that you were expecting. Like that's a big part of like the HR process, at least. I think just put yourself in the shoes of a company like a Google or a Microsoft or a whatever, right? Like where you're a giant company. Nowadays, maybe it's less so. I don't know. Like scanning PDFs, right? Resume scanning is pretty big. Like most of the companies I've ever worked at don't do resume scanning, but there are plenty of companies that do. So yeah, ATSs don't do it. Yeah, so no, you're probably right. I don't know. I would definitely be inclined to employ a system like that when you post one of these jobs that gets 10,000 people applying. All right, you post a job on LinkedIn, you get 10,000 like easy click people. You go through the first 25. Maybe. That sounds like a terrible idea to me. Like sorted in the order they apply. That sounds like a really bad selection bias, in my opinion. So I get what you're saying. They should probably actually be using the scanning software then. Yeah, sure, I'll believe that, but it also hints that the process is broken. Because you know who can apply the quickest? A bot. Devs that aren't that qualified. Devs that spam 1,000 like applications a day. And I'm being hyperbolic with that number, but yeah. It's a process that optimizes for spam if you're going by the first 25. So I would say the process is totally broken. And that's fine. Again, I'm just saying it's a broken process, and it's why a lot of people complain about it. Okay, so that's recruiters, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Like there are plenty of companies that don't use recruiters though, that still get overloaded. Sub 50, you're saying like 50 people at the company? No, there are companies bigger than that that, you know, still end up having like the too many application problem. So this company, AppRite, I would bet that they're probably at least at the 100 people like level. I would bet that they're at least at the 100 people level. But they posted like one job here in careers for a front end role. And when I talked to someone about that role, they mentioned that they had over 1,000 applications. The company I currently work at, we're at 150, maybe 200 people. I think it's more like 150. We don't get that many applications, though. $47 people at AppRite? I don't know. I'm not sure I trust the LinkedIn number. Like, they have a DevRel team that's like 3 or 4 people. It's pretty rare. Right? Just based on people ops. They do have an extremely global team, sure. But I don't think I would trust LinkedIn's numbers to be truly accurate. Like, how big do they say GetKraken is? I believe you probably have like a better LinkedIn account, so you might be able to get access to stuff that I can't see. How many people does LinkedIn say GetKraken has? Yeah, no worries. Just in case, right? Spelling's weird. That's the name of the company. I'd be really curious how accurate LinkedIn's numbers are. Let's just look real quick. Oh, I did not want to log in. Okay, never mind. Shit. Hold on. I hate that they auto log you in. I know there's a way to turn that feature off. $100-ish. So yeah, they say 51 to 200. Like, that is pretty fuzzy. Yeah, there you go, Renegade. Right? Eight marketing, 8 sales. Curious how they classify some of that. But 100-ish. I don't know. I thought it was more than that. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I could see that. Exactly. They say 11 to 50 at Appright. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. Yeah, not sure. Maybe they are that small. If so, they're killing it for a company that small. Get Kraken has a recruiter. No, no, no. So yeah, I know the recruiter. It's not quite the same, but maybe I misspoke when I said like, how did this come up? I never said we don't have a recruiter. I was saying that there are companies of certain sizes that don't have recruiters, right? Like, refresh me on the context. So I worked at a company called Symmetra. They're a giant life insurance company. We did not have an internal recruiter, but they're a giant company. They did outsource to an agency for the roles that we were trying to fill. And those devs were terrible. Like, they were really bad. As far as I know, they didn't have a recruiter because we were using an agency or whatever. And they might, but we weren't going through them. We weren't using them on my team. I don't know what RPO stands for. Every candidate we had came from the same company. Of maybe like 10 people I interviewed, one was qualified. Yeah, yeah. These were all external. Well, hold on. So, Renegade, that's the thing. This was for a senior front end role. One of the people that applied had been a recruiter in their past life or whatever, or in their past career. So they knew how to game the resume. They were a CTO of their own company. They were senior. But no, within the past 6 months, they had getting started tutorials on their GitHub. They were really bad, but they knew how to game the system. Well, yeah, like it was an agency. They weren't gonna like pre-screen these people. Skoda man, do whatever you want. I want nothing to do with it. Maybe Headhunter. Maybe. Let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Config, I think there are some really interesting use cases for the contract system that are built into some of the crypto coins. I think they're a smart idea that just hasn't been used that well yet. All right, so yeah, here's the basic gist. If we're doing key name, that key can be in our start key. And then other than that, we can only have the partition and sort key. Having the tertiary there was a flaw. But in our other endpoint, where we don't have a quaternary and we're using tertiary as the thing we are doing as key name, tertiary goes in. So whatever we have as key name goes into the DB or into the start key, and then partition key and sort key, and then the thing that we are sorting by, which I find interesting. So yeah, I'm still learning new stuff about Dynamo. So yeah, config, I think smart contracts are really, really smart. All right, album's still good for a bit. And Deja Vu, you apply to positions even if you just meet 10% of the requirements, because you get places like Walmart that have the most shit job postings. I agree. I think that is fine, but you're probably fucking up if you're applying to a senior role when you just started 6 months ago. That was like the worst dev I've ever interviewed. But again, it was the dude that was a recruiter in his previous career, so he knew how to game the system. I feel bad for any company that hires that dude, because ethics are not his strong suit. So config, is there a cheaper way to achieve the same result? And I think that's a good point. Yeah, with smart contracts, there might be. Yeah, there might be better ways. There might be cheaper ways. I think that makes sense. I think one interesting use case of blockchain stuff is decentralized identity. So there's the Microsoft DID. Which I think is really cool. Right? So, yeah, if you want to say crypto in general, but you're not necessarily throwing out blockchain, then okay, I get it. So here's the big part. It's mainly about being able to say, like, hey, I am company X. I want to provide maybe a discount to this user. How do I verify that person is at company X? Well, you have to be using Google at that point. Right? Like you have to be letting Google be the backbone of your entire like identity system at your company. Sounds like a terrible idea. Active Directory could accomplish the same thing, sure. But how much do you want to build on top of the Active Directory system versus something that is more decentralized? So there's a company. Oh, and I'm going to forget their name. It's, shit, I think it's from Square? It's not Stripe. How about this? Angie Jones? Block. No, no, so it's not her. Hold on. Who are some other devs that work there? Oh, Rizelle. I'm forgetting her name. Rizelle Scarlett. The future of identity. What company does she work at? She's at Blocks? I think it's Block. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so it is Block. Yeah, yeah. All right. So then, what is the product at Block that she's working on? Um, TBD. I know it's a terrible name. I never would have found it anyway. TBD Block. So TBD and Block are basically doing the same exact thing that the Microsoft DID thing did, right? Decentralized Identity Framework or something. Foundation, that's what it stands for. I think they might be the ones that actually make it happen. Oh, never mind. TBD is gone. What the fuck? Okay. Never mind. Block is dead. Or not Block, sorry. TBD is dead. So it is no longer to be determined. Oh, that's fucking funny. All right. I do think the decentralized identity thing holds a lot of value. But again, yeah, config, you hold the same problem that Block's leadership holds as well. They didn't see the value either. The way I like to think about it, and the way they've presented it, which I thought was really compelling, is how do you establish a system for validating someone's identity in a decentralized way, right? And you have to do it in a decentralized way because you're not going to get everyone to tie into the same system completely, right? So one example was using your phone to buy alcohol at the alcohol store, right? What if there were a decentralized way of validating your identity? And again, like the way they've explained it, it made a lot of sense. The way I've heard DID from Microsoft explained is, again, let's just say you're a giant company and you want to work out a deal with some other company to provide a discount for stuff, right? So say you're a giant insurance company, you want your employees to get a discount on Amazon, 10% off, because you worked out some crazy deal. What's the right way to establish that system? Well, if you're a giant insurance company, is Google OAuth or Google SSO really the right way to do that? I don't know. Instead, you can establish your own internal authority, and then Amazon simply just sends a pre-formatted message to establish that authority when someone goes to check out. And they can establish that with any other company that wants to establish their own identity authority without tying everything to a giant company like Google or Microsoft or whatever. That was the way that I saw the Microsoft DID thing explained best. So you can establish your own identity authority rather than putting all your eggs in the Google basket. Because what if you want to change from Google to, to something else? Decentralized and public is expensive? Sure. Tying your entire identity platform to Google is also expensive. Maybe not in the now, but in the eventually. You want to move away from Google? You want to do basically anything without Google? That's going to be really expensive to migrate. So it's about maybe moving as much as you can off of that Google middleman. It's one of those like the multi-cloud problem. The multi-cloud problem is something only a few companies will have, but if they are really good about how they do things and they make their infrastructure hostable on any cloud, there's a lot of value to that. It's expensive to set up ahead of time, but it gives you the power to no longer be beholden to one company, which will get expensive over time. Yep. Later, Hunter. Yeah, I can see that config. Right? That makes sense. Man, this is crazy to me that TBD is shutting down. Like, they had like 5 DevRel people. Like, dude, they had like 5 DevRel people pushing this stuff at conferences all across the country all last year. Maybe that's why they're winding down. They were overspending on DevRel. Find that interesting. What does block even do? That like okay, so block is Square, Cash App, Spiral Title, no longer TBD. Okay, so block is Square. Okay, got it. That makes more sense. I thought it was Square related and I ended up second guessing. Founded by Jack Dorsey. Oh, okay. That's the Twitter dude, right? Like he's the guy that founded Twitter, yeah? Man, he founded a bunch of stuff. And they're still hiring, so Block's not in trouble. Like, they're fine. Yeah, Cash App is probably massively profitable. But yeah, so config, like the common protocol is what I was talking about. Like that's what DID and TBD were trying to do, right? They're just the protocol for sending the messages back and forth between these things. What's up, Standard? So Sergeant Pepper, 800,000 vehicles locations? So what? Like, you probably leaked your location with a selfie within the past month or two anyway. So fuck it. Who cares? All right. Have you seen that app where it'll take a photo and it'll actually like pinpoint your location from it based upon the stuff in the background? Like they don't even need the metadata anymore. Now it only works outdoors. Indoors, you're probably okay for now. Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, you have all of your credit reports locked, right? You should have done that years ago when Experian got hacked. Right? When a credit reporting bureau gets hacked, yeah, you should lock your credit report. Everyone here in chat should lock their credit report right now. There's one thing you take away from stream today. If you're here in the US, you should lock your credit reports. Do so. Yes, please. Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, Sergeant Pepper, like, dude. Yeah, every single person out there should lock their credit reports, right? Lock your credit. Is it a hassle when you want to go apply for a new credit card or get a home loan or find a new apartment? Maybe. Less of a hassle than the alternative. So yeah, no, I get it, config. I think decentralized identity is one of the best cases. I think as a commodity, right? Like, think about it like the price of gold. Bitcoin fills a very good niche that the stock market fills with, like, commodity speculation. In that same regard, it's actually something that you can trade 24/7, and that has value. So until the stock market is a 24/7 accessible market, crypto is at least something that you can trade any time of the day as a commodity for holding and storing value. Because, I mean, let's think about it. Gold isn't that valuable. It's nice for faster connections for electronics, right? Because it's the fastest connection medium. Sure. But it has pretty much no other practical use other than internet or other than electrical connections. But it is still looked at as a major commodity for storing wealth. So at some point, just consider Bitcoin to be the new gold, where it has like maybe one legitimate use case, and then the other is just simply as a store of wealth, because it's a limited resource. And hold on, did anyone see that report the other day that women in India hold the majority of gold in the entire world or something like that? Or no, it's not maybe the majority. Hold on. Gold, India, women. 24,000 tons of gold is held by Indian women. More gold than the top 5 countries combined. Right? More than Fort Knox. %11. There we go. Yep. So it's not necessarily gambling there, config. It's just a store. It's a store of wealth. In the same way that gold is a store of wealth. Exactly, Saber, because it's a finite resource. Now, meme coins, those are not a finite resource. There are more meme coins created every day than anyone could possibly ever own. Yeah. Meme coins are garbage. Yeah. We're not talking about meme coins. Nope. No one gives a shit. Yeah, meme coins are terrible. BTC, ETH, and some of the bigger ones have value. Sure. But are the meme coins any worse than a currency for a shady government? Yeah, US dollar is the original meme coin. At this point, Not the original, but it is one. Technically, the original meme coin is the tulip. Why isn't there a is there a tulip coin? Okay, there is. There totally is. I was gonna say, like, how is there not a tulip coin? Okay, there is. There totally is. And standard, or hold on, who was it that asked? Looking at new jobs already? No, no, no. I wasn't looking at a new job. I was just seeing like I know people that worked at TBD, which is a thing that Block was pushing. And yeah, TBD is actually no longer a thing, which is kind of crazy to me because they were heavily invested in it. Like they had at least 5 DevRels pushing this stuff at every conference within the past 6 months. And now it's dead. That is so strange to me. So it does kind of back up what Config was saying about crypto in general. You have a few NFTs of tulips slowly dying for the last 5-ish years. Krasner, here's the funny part, right? Back when like the original tulip economy crashed, you know there were people buying, right? There were people dollar cost averaging tulips. Thinking like, oh, it's just, you know, it'll come back. No big deal. Exactly. And I don't mean tulip coin. I mean actual tulips, right? When that entire economy crashed. Like, there were people dollar cost averaging tulips. So that's hilarious to me a little bit. Would I use blockchain over a cheaper solution? I still think I would use blockchain for decentralized identity. I also think smart contract is a smart way of doing it too. But the problem with the current modern implementations of all this stuff is that there still tends to be some centralized authority, even on like the biggest chains, even on Solana, right? Isn't the majority of Solana owned by a couple people, basically? And maybe not people, but foundations or whatever. No, I need someone else. There's like 14 massive holders of Sol. There you go. Yeah, I mean, a couple, 14, tomato, tomato, but yeah. Also true for ETH. Yeah, so at the end of the day, yeah, I agree that the major coins have a problem. Anything that is dealing with smart contracts has the potential for failure because it's still too centralized. And that's a problem. Did I ever tell y'all how I was like this close to getting a dev advocate role for the Solana Foundation? I think I actually had it. Like I'm willing to bet I was in until I asked, so yeah, the projects I make, right? Like to prove out like the usage of Solana, I own those, right? Do I get to like, you know, own the projects I build? Ooh, I don't know. We'd have to check with legal about that one. We're going to go with someone more experienced. Uh-huh. Let me grab another soda. I feel like I was on a good track there until I asked about the ownership of the projects I did. Because all they wanted all they wanted was someone to build stuff, right? To build apps on the Solana blockchain, right? Things that use Solana to show the use case of Solana and all that. But the moment I asked about ownership, well, we're going to go a different direction. No, I work at GetKraken still. This was before GetKraken. This was like during the interviewing period at which I landed at GetKraken. I feel like I was pretty damn close to landing Solana. But also, I don't know. I'm a little bit skeptical of crypto as well. So I don't know how good of a fit it would have been. But man, I'd be fucking loaded because I'm sure the bonus would have been in Solana, and this is before Solana blew up. No, like config, I'd be fucking rich. Are you kidding me? Dude, I'd have so much Solana back when it was at like $30 a coin and now it's at 180. Dude, I'd be fucking rich. I didn't dodge shit. I missed out. I could be retired. I just made the mistake of asking about ownership for projects I build. Well, shit. But no, I like where I work now. I work at a company that makes a product that actually delivers value, which is cool. That said, Solana guy, if you're out there, we could do some sponsored streams as long as I own the projects I build. Yeah, exactly. If we're handing out bags, like, okay, fine. All right, so I'm glad we figured out this bug. I was going to be really, really bummed if we didn't solve this bug before the end of today. We still got plenty of time. We're not going anywhere yet. But yeah, so for this bug, though, we do this part here on balance transactions. I did make a mistake, right? We're doing this in a dot catch. This should be a dot finally. And then a dot catch would be where we show the error stuff. Right, so we do that fetch. Nothing happened. Right, because we still need to do this part. Sorry, I looked over at my own YouTube feed, and because I like switched tabs for, I don't know, 15 to 20 seconds, I was seeing myself in the past. It was weird. Past Chris, what a jerk. Hold on, this song goes way off the rails. Ayo. All right, so this is a problem we have with every endpoint, right? We're getting a duplication right there. And I want to solve that duplication on the back end. Here's the thing, right? We're passing the exclusive start key. But if I go and do this, we're no longer having a problem with that. So it's only on the first iteration of this. That part's a little tricky. I don't know what that bug is, right? Like, why we're getting one duplication, but then not another. Because we should be getting it twice if it's the same, like, issue for both. Why would it only be on the first one? The data centers used to train LLMs will get reused for cloud hosting, such as Meta and X. I mean, that's an interesting question. You know what's a more fun question? Oh, and Gardego. Yes, I am using Dynamo. Yeah. How'd you know? That's a really good guess. Well played. Have you actually dealt with this same exact DynamoDB bug? But what I was going to say, real quick, as you're formulating your response, config, that question's kind of fun, but here's a better question. Will Chick-fil-A use their global network, or not global, I guess nationwide network, as a cloud, or at least as like a CDN? Because I don't know if you know this, every single Chick-fil-A has a Kubernetes cluster at that location. It's actually how they serve up their digital menus. It's actually how they can do per location pricing. Like dynamic pricing as well. Did you know that every Chick-fil-A has its own Kubernetes cluster? Not many people do, and I didn't know until I worked at a company that had Chick-fil-A as a customer. Not GitKraken. Different company. GitKraken would love to have Chick-fil-A as a customer, I bet. Well, Chick-fil-A is a private company, though, isn't it? I don't think Chick-fil-A is even public, so you can't invest. Private family owned. Yeah. So you can't even invest. You could buy a bunch of Chick-fil-A sandwiches and then freeze them. You could invest that way. But yeah, Gardego, do you have any like massive insight as to why we're getting like the first pagination query to duplicate a record and then the second pagination query doesn't? I would love to hear your insight if you've dealt with this bug before. Okay. Exclusive start key. Yes, it is Dynamo. You're right. Can't recall the fix. Can't recall the fix. It's sort of like an off by one because the continue key is missing the first time. Ooh, I don't even think I'm passing a continue key. Yeah, I'm just passing start key every time. Could be related. Well, I mean, that's the thing, though, config, right? Like, isn't that bubble already bursting? Right? Like, OpenAI still isn't making enough to cover their costs, even when they're charging some customers $200 a month. Yeah, I believe we're at that point. Yeah, I definitely want to sell all my index funds for the incoming, like, drop. I've sold some of it. We'll see. Caven, English only, please. I'm doing well. How about you? $2,000 per task solved. There you go. Yeah, I'm just hoping crypto has enough of like a spike here soon so I can make back what I spent on some Polygon, which was a mistake. And then I can sell at the peak. And then just wait for another dip again. Yeah, I had some FOMO, so I bought into some crypto when it was near the peak. Now that we're back near the peak, we'll see. I sold off a bunch before the election, and I fucked up. I'm doing query. I'm not doing scans because scans take way too long and they cost too much money. I'm avoiding scans at all costs. At all costs. At all costs. Professional up in the decibel, a decimal above. Sorry, hold on. I gotta hear this song now. I gotta hear this. Benefit. Hold on. I think this is the one. Yep. What up, Jayanth? How you doing? I forgot he uses words like that. It's an album from 2001. Sorry. Anyone remember hip hop from like the early 2000s? Benefit could have been big, but man, he just has such a whiny voice. Nowadays, that's not a big deal. Just look at Wiz Khalifa, right? He was just 20 years too early. But yeah, how you doing, Jay? We're doing well. We're just hanging out. We're going in a time machine. Yeah, Benefit's good. Is Wiz one of the most dangerous people in that scene? Oh, I don't know. Wiz Khalifa's good. He just has a really whiny voice. That's all. Honestly, that's how I felt about Kendrick as well. Kendrick has a bit of a whiny voice too, right? Like he does. Like his most popular stuff, not as bad. But yeah, Kendrick's even got a bit of a whiny voice there. Mm. So hold on. There's a Benefit song that's really good. Oh, So Sick. My favorite lyric from any rap of all time is in this song, I believe. Oh shit, is this the one? Nah, this song isn't it. This song's good though. Right, so hold on. There's a lyric that's my favorite lyric of all time. It's, behold benefit, the old and degenerate are healed by the power of his subject and predicate. Like, I don't know, it's like so nerdy that it's amazing. Nah, this isn't the song either. I don't think this is it. Yeah, I don't think it. I don't know what song it is. Damn it. It's bumming me out. No, it's not this one either. I just want to hear that lyric, okay? So yeah, I don't know. Never mind. Sorry, I'm not gonna bore you all with more benefit stuff. Let's get some more synthwave going. God, I really wanted to hear that lyric now. But oh well. Behold benefit, the old and degenerate are healed by the power of subject and predicate. It's just such a good, nerdy lyric. But oh well. So let's keep going. I do think Gardego was right. It's something to do with the key that we're passing, right? Our start key. So I don't think we need to solve that bug now. But I do want to have a note for it. Because this is not like a major bug that we need to deal with. Instead, we got other bugs we need to solve. You really like Fort Minor Kenji. It's about his family being Japanese in the US during Pearl Harbor. Ooh. Dude, yeah. Right? Yeah, man. We've had terrible parts of our history, and we're not even that old of a country. Mike Shinoda. Is that the dude from Lincoln Park? Okay, yeah. Yeah, so weird that he'd have something that profound and then hire the new singer that they hired. That shit's weird to me, man. That shit's really weird. And he'll even like stick up for her. That shit's weird to me, man. Oh, they got two new members? All I know is like the new singer that is really problematic. But you know what? Yeah. I've heard bad things. I don't know for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I just remember hearing some somewhat bad things, but I didn't get that deep into it. I have no idea. Oh, she's friends with Danny Masterson. Okay, that'd be a part of it. So yeah, I knew about the Mars Volta singer dude speaking out against her. I don't know much about like Mars Volta guy being off base with his judgments. He seems pretty accurate with his accusations normally. Yeah, okay. So now, yeah, like the BS I'm reading. Okay. I did not know that Cedric was a Scientologist. Well, okay, so his judgment is definitely flawed. I had no idea, actually. That. Alright, that makes me question Mars Volta majorly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, kind of a bummer to learn, Heg. Like, yeah, shit. Like, it says former Scientologist, but holy shit, man. Like, how bad was your fucking judgment? You're in a band like At the Drive-In, and you're gonna join the fucking Scientologists? Ugh. That's a huge bummer to learn, Heg. Like, dude. I fucking loved Relationship of Command. It is like it's a perfect album, right? You can listen to that album from start to finish and be stoked. It's like Tool Enema, right? Like same gist. Like holy shit, man. Relationship of Command is a perfect album. Oh my god. That bummed me out. I wish I hadn't read that, but I did. So now I don't really trust anything Cedric says at this point. Man, that bums me out. But hey, at least we can bond over that. There we go, Heg. Right? You knew you watched this stream for a reason. because we both recognize that Relationship of Command is a perfect album. So, there we go. Right? Contusion is hungry. They still eat their young. Protoculture is null and void. Yeah, I used to snowboard to that album all the time. I love, like, 2 of those songs on that album are perfect songs. Hold on. We're going to have to listen to one. Beware! Yeah, exactly, Hank. Like, oh my god. We'll do like the more melodic of those songs, and that's what I forget the name of it. Hold on. Quarantined? Dude, the bass line. Oh, this fucking bass line. Ooh. Do. Like, I even mentioned the song and you started hearing it in your head, didn't you? I'm actually bummed I haven't learned how to play this bass line yet. There's still time. Yeah. Oh, there you go, config. That's actually kind of smart on their behalf because you can't compare them. Oh, and Sergeant Pepper, you were in a band. What did you play? And yeah, how you doing, Ecoder? So I worked at a Target from like 2000 to 2002. I would actually time my you know, I forget the term, right? Like where you're like walking the floor, like refreshing the aisles, pulling stuff to the front, grabbing stuff that doesn't belong on the aisle because some customer left it there, right? I would actually do all that, but time it to where I would make it back to the electronics section for One Arm Scissor to play on the Target, like electronics, like TVs. At the same time, there was also Ben Folds rocking the Suburbs, and there was like 2 or 3 other songs that I would make it back for. Zoning is what they call it. Yeah. Like, I used to time my zoning to make it back to electronics to hear the songs I liked. Yeah. Nah, it was good. Like, yeah. Towards the end of my tenure at Target, I was actually the cart person, which was also really chill. Oh man, doing the carts was so good. We're coding, we're taking our sweet time, ecoder, but I don't know, ecoder. You might be in the wrong place if you expect a coding stream to be like 100% coding all the time, every time. Software dev jobs aren't even 100% coding all the time. Okay? So take it easy. You might just be in the wrong place. But let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right, so you worked at Lowe's for a while. Honestly, Carts was pretty chill. Okay. So yeah, that song was great. That was another good one, but let's put on some more synthwave and continue with the album we had. And yeah, everyone, eCoder's watching. We better get back to coding. I know, he might fire us. Oh no, we're gonna get put on a performance improvement plan for our stream here. No, we're mimicking a real world job right here, and this was just a team building exercise. Come on, man. Right? We just bonded over at the drive-in. Are you kidding me? Come on. The pip is actually used for justifying firing someone. Now, the pip is used to actually justify laying someone off with cause, so that you don't have to pay them unemployment. Even then, I think most states would still require unemployment, but for at least the states that they don't, there you go. It's a justification for a with cause firing. There you go. Yeah, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee. Like flyover states, you know? Texas, flyover states. All right, so yeah, let's think about the issue here. We solved the query. We're not going to deal with the off by one error, which it probably is at this point. That was Woodford. Yeah, good call. Good eye. What? Okay, so hold on. Did y'all just see that? Oh, we got a bug there for sure. All right, so we do this. We start out sorting by date, but we don't have anything we're passing to it yet. And then we do this. And I can't reproduce it. So if I load more and then do it again, all right, if I load more and then do it again, there we go. Oh my God. Oh God. All right, so that's a gnarly edge case right there. I feel like it has something to do with our duplicate key error 2, which is probably also an off by 1. For anyone that didn't catch the bug, if we sort this the other way, we load more, and then reverse our sort, we're duplicating this first one. Not only are we duplicating it, because we weren't duplicating it previously, but it's actually wrong as far as the sort goes, too. So the duplication is actually kind of easy to solve. And here's another thing. Hold on, let's count these. I think hold up, this might not even be a backend bug at all. We see showing 10, and that 10 is actually derived, right? Like, let's look at where that count value is coming from. We see balance transactions.length, which is 10. But if we count these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So Array of Hope, you're missing the point that we have 10 and we are trying to get 10 and we're counting 10, but 2 values remain in the table even though they are outside of the 10 that we care about. So the 10 is actually these, and that is accurate. right? So the issue is that we have two rows right now. Previously, it was just one that shouldn't be in the table at all. And here we're just mapping over them. And we're only getting 10 of these things. Right? And we look at it. We're mapping over balance.transactions. Sounds like a key element duplication. It does, except for the fact that we're using our keys based upon the transaction ID. And if balance transactions is only 10, well, these two are not part of it. Like, those should not even be there, because they're not in the ones that we're using to get the 10 value here or these subsequent 10. Balance transactions is updated in the fetch request up here. But what you're getting at as a question there, Adexa, is that we only got that to happen. Like, if we refresh, we don't see it. So that use effect might not be it. The main gist is that we're clicking something like this date key, and we're navigating so this value here, right? We're clicking this to navigate, and it's a URL event, right? Like a history event. And if we look at this, the sort column and sort direction are the things that are actually changing. So this should be all that we need. Oh, hold on. We do see search params changing here as a separate event from our data loading. And so config, hold on, sorry, 1 second. Fun fact, bourbon casks are some of the most used for single malt Scottish whiskey, along with wine port sherry casks. Yeah, you're totally right. No errors in the console? Nah, like no errors that matter. Like stuff with like the same key, sure. Right? That's a bug though. Like that's a different thing, right? We're getting like same key errors. That's it. And the reason we get those same key errors is questionable. So yeah, when the search params change, right, we're debouncing them a bit because eventually we'll be like typing into a search field or something. We end up setting these values, and then those values changing trigger this use effect. And this use effect is what triggers like the refetch. We have debug mode turned off, so like the double effect issue would not be kicking in, right? We have debug mode turned off. Hmm. This is what we're programming. Yeah, we're currently debugging some issues with our fetching or sorting or filtering or something that just doesn't seem relevant right now. So yeah, we got something weird going on. Is something strange with my voice? Do you have me going in 2 tabs? Yeah, I mean, sometimes I yell a bit, and that might make me peak a little bit. And when I peak, things do go a little weird. But yeah, I'm not sure. Should be okay. Yeah, it's fine now. Cool. Hmm. Yeah, we just uncovered like a weird edge case bug. Oh, hold on. So yeah, Mick Blankenberg, are you on mobile right now? Because yeah, mobile gets all sorts of bugs because that team really fucks up. Like, dude, the Twitch mobile team has got to be their weakest team at this point. But also, like, yeah, mobile sucks. So Code Cannon. Now, I saw your comment earlier. Why is coding so therapeutic? Because most of the time we can actually like figure out why. Right? There's almost always like an answer. And in so much of life, there is not always an answer. All right, so we don't have to solve this bug right now. I think our next step is to get payments going. There you go, Adexa. Yeah, when it's not feeling therapeutic, yeah, it's time to get up and just take a walk around or something. But I really do think, yeah, in most cases, there is an answer to why something is failing. And you just need to figure out that answer. But there is almost always an answer for why something is wrong. And maybe it's philosophical, sure. I think in general, yeah, life not having an answer for everything is actually the common case. Whereas in programming, the common case is there's an answer. There's a reason. We just don't know right now. But real quick, let me go. Hold on. Because I got to start thinking about dinner. I'm going to go thaw some beef. It's going to be some beef that I end up thawing and then searing and then putting into some pho. So I'm going to do some beef pho tonight because that was delicious the last time I did it. And I can't do the shrimp pho tonight because I did shrimp last night. I don't like to eat seafood 2 days in a row. Even though shrimp is one of like the least mercury condensed seafoods you can eat, I still like to space out how often I eat seafood. So let me go thaw some beef. I'll be right back. It'll be quick. All right. Yeah. Beef is thawing. We're good to go, though. Alrighty. Yeah, I don't want to turn into a thermometer. Come on. Oh, shit. That was the last song on the album. I'm sorry. Um. Well, let's listen to one of the Primogen's favorite albums. Right? Malibu Waves by Laser Tiger. And wait, what's up, Mick Blankenberg? Are you replying to me or to somebody else? If so, maybe tag them with a statement. But also, I'd be curious, like, who that was to. Oh, maybe McBlankenberg, you were talking to Adexa? I don't know. Yeah, not sure. Yeah, so strange to me that. Oh, you were talking to me. Yeah, I mean, I read your first statement. You don't have to copy and paste it. Oh, account created October 20th, 2024. Yeah. Not a good sign. You know you done fucked up when I go check and see how old your account is. Uh huh. Just remember, everyone, this is the person that was saying I had an echo. Meanwhile, they just had an echo. What up, Rescoder? How you doing? Yeah, I don't know, config. I'm kind of pointing out when I recognize that their account is less than 3 months old, I'm kind of calling them out for trolling, right? With a lack of a follow, brand new account, came in here talking about audio issues. I don't know. If it talks like a troll, walks like a troll, it might just be a troll. I don't know. Right? Like they've realized that coming in here saying, hey, mic muted isn't going to work when there are other people chatting. So they use some other way of doing their first message. I don't know. Right? We've all seen those trolls, right? Like, hey, your mic's muted. When they go into a channel where they haven't seen someone chat for a bit. That's like their first message, usually with an account made within the past 3 months. I'm not saying heuristics are right all the time. Man, they really help. Did he have the muted badge? Well, I mean, Xmetrics, are you trolling? Because you can hear what I'm saying right now. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I'm kidding. I'm just giving you some grief. Notice how quiet the troll got when we started calling them out for their trolling? Weird. Huh. Weird. Again, if it walks like a troll and talks like a troll, anyway, let's keep doing what we're doing. So yeah, we have the balance transactions page. Is it perfect? Hell no. He's totally going to answer. He's just typing up like a 3-page essay. Obviously. Yeah, totally. And that's definitely not a thing trolls do, right? I will bet he has a complex. You're right about that one there, Config. Yes, he has a complex. It is not just a simplex. He has a complex. Will you just tell Mr. Maitland there? That he's got gonoherpesifilades simplex 2. Okay, maybe you better tell him. Yeah, I think that'd be better. No X metrics. You're off by like 20 years. Yes, there you go, exactly. Oh, dude, you are way off. Yeah. Samsonite, I was way off. You mean to tell me you had 2 pairs of gloves this entire time? Duh. We're in the Rockies. Like, dude. Yeah, I can see it. They're like the opposite role. Yeah, I can see it. The word Maitland should have gotten you though, right? Maitland, George Maitland. Well, you tell him. Yeah, no, you're right. Like my accent was off as well. If I'd done the accent better, you would have gotten it. I can definitely hear how my accent was at least close to one of like Martin Lawrence's accents in the film. No. I get it there. X metrics. No, I get you, man. It's been like 70 years. Are you saying I got the hairline of 70-year-old? Oh. Oh, you're right. Shit. Well, all right then. Never mind. Touche. I get your point. Okay, it makes sense now. I get it. You're not wrong. Part of the joke is that I was born in 1984, and I believe the movie Beverly Hills Cop came out in 1984. Maybe it was 86? No, it is 84. Right? So you saying the film is 70 years old, and me saying, do I look 70 years old? And then showing this nightmare of a hairline. Right? It was actually a really good joke on my part, okay? You just didn't get it. $1983 in Idaho, $1984 nationally. So yes, the 1984 reference is accurate, and it was directed by Ridley Scott. So that's why Steve Jobs got fired from Apple. He paid Ridley Scott to make a fucking commercial. A budget of either 370 to 900K in 1984 dollars? That's why Steve Jobs got fired. Okay. Now I get it. That makes more sense. McBlankenberg, are you insane? You want me, a Twitch streamer, to expose my local IP address to the world? I've never been more sure that you're trolling me than this moment. Of course you want my IP address. I know, I'm kidding. That's why I haven't banned you yet. I'm just joking. Again, I'm not saying you're definitely a troll, but man, you are checking off a bunch of heuristics right now. Okay? Not all heuristics are accurate, but man, you're checking way too many boxes right now. All right. So anyway, let's make this like balance payments page. Let's do it. It's easy enough. Whatever. Here we are on balance payments. We haven't saved it yet. And what up, Daruk? How you doing, Mr. Sir? We're chilling. We're hanging out. We're slowly working on some stuff. We solved a major bug today, one that actually required me to actually really think about the problem, and the fact that I solved it, I'm really proud of. But also, there is something to the effect of the harder the bug we solve, the more whiskey I want to drink. Right? Just think about it. On Saturday, we got a bunch of shit done and dealt with basically 0 bugs, and I didn't overdo it. Today, we dealt with one that was tricky. And we solved it. But, yeah, like the more I exert my brain, the more my brain actually wants to reward itself with a whiskey. A pivot to a D's nuts joke would have been better. No, and I think we got it there. It's fine there, config. But yeah, more interaction does not always mean better interaction. So yeah, Daruk, yeah, no worries. What is the issue? Like, we're at a chill portion of the day. We can chat through it. Like, what's up? You know, you've been here long enough. We know you're not trolling. At the bare minimum. I don't think y'all recognize how much you just got for free channel point wise by me taking off the beanie and showing you this terrible hairline I have. I used to have a full head of hair and then I started streaming. I'm kidding. I've been receding since like 2006. I've been receding since before some of y'all were even born. Right? You got to see the beanie-less Chris without even anybody having to spend 100,000 or 140,000 channel points for it. Like, dude, you just hit the jackpot. Are you kidding me? Like, what could be going wrong today? Hold on. Sergeant Pepper, you said you play bass, and I almost forgot to read that whole statement. Let's see if I still see it in the chat history. Hold on. Oh, I can look it up by just clicking your name. That's way better. All right, so you were a bass player, all right? Maybe that's why we get along. They had you watch all these videos. They were trying to recruit you to the church before actually playing. Yeah, you want to play this gig? You got to join. That's how they got Mars Volta. Boom, roasted. Yeah, you're right. That should actually be increased. It should probably be like 30K maybe. $30 or $40 maybe. Oh man. Hold on. Nope, this seems heavy. Give me a second. The chess AI example, when the chess playing AI first came out, GMs could defeat it, but later it became so good no human could defeat it. Currently, human supervisor is needed on AI-generated code, but you fear in the future AI will become just so good there will be no need for humans. You mean it could just give the most performant and best program in executable binary format? You feel like it's not so distant future. That has you sad, Doruk? Dude, in the 70s, developers thought SQL meant the end to their career because management could just write the code and write the queries themselves, and then why would they need programmers anymore? No manager wants to write code they don't have to. No manager wants to review code they don't have to. Your job might become just being code review for some AI, but no manager's going to do that. So your job is safe. Fuck it. But even then, have you seen the shit that AI pumps out? You're worried about that? Really? If you're worried about AI taking your job, then yeah, maybe you do have a problem. It might not be shit in the future. Yeah, and I might marry Christy Brinkley. It's a non-zero chance. I'm pretty sure I have a chance with Heather Locklear right now. I mean, it's not a zero chance. And I know I'm using like 30-year-old references. Hold on, let me update this shit. I'm pretty sure Sabrina Carpenter wants my number. There we go. Did I update the reference? Are we good? I know, right, Bob? Like, holy shit. Hold on, let me update this shit. All right, we got it. We fixed it. No big deal. Yeah, no worries, Doruk. Like, here's the thing. You could worry all you want about the future. Until that future happens, who gives a shit, dude? When that future does happen, you'll figure it out. You got this big old brain. You'll figure it out. Until then, collect those paychecks. Problem solved. Until AI actually takes your job, who gives a shit? Who fucking gives a shit? I simply disagree. AI does the shit that no one wanted to do for as cheap as people wanted it anyway. Right? Like, I saw a thing where, like, on Reddit just today, oh, the HR department at my job is using AI for everything they ever wanted. And it's like AI making images for bullshit HR flyers about, like, don't use this exit. Bullshit HR images that go into this, like, calendar for stuff that happens on each day. Like, no one was going to pay an artist for that shit anyway. Who fucking cares? Who gives a shit? AI is taking jobs that no one wanted to do anyway. No one was going to pay some artist from Fiverr to make that shit anyway. There was just not going to be an image there. Now there's an image that no one would have been paid to draw anyway. Right? Oh my God, Call of Duty is using AI on their loading screens. Well, okay, sure. You know what would have gone on that loading screen anyway? Some bullshit screen capture from some QA tester playing the game. And then they just copy and paste that screen capture, and then bam, that's the loading screen. It's something that an artist wouldn't have been paid to do anyway. Who gives a shit? Who fucking cares, man? I don't give a fuck. Use AI for the shit that no one wanted to do. That's the whole point. Use AI for the stuff no one was going to pay someone for anyway. Go for it. It doesn't matter. Oh, AI is writing entire books now. Yeah, books that no one's going to read because they fucking suck. It's not a problem. Do you realize that, like, the majority of romance novels never get read? The majority of all romance novels are read by, like, 1% of 1% of their target market. People just buy them for the fucking cover. And then they just sit on a shelf or sit on someone's coffee table. People weren't buying the book for the writing. You know? Like, come on, man. Sorry, Sergeant Pepper. I didn't mean to be so crass with it. But yeah, people are not buying romance novels for the fucking prose. Romance novels with Fabio on the cover were only ever bought because women were too afraid to buy porn. Nowadays, women are okay with buying porn and the romance industry is crashing. They can't afford to pay Fabio anymore. Now we get AI Fabio, which is actually just as good. If we want to admit it, Fabio on the cover of those romance novels was airbrushed to shit. Like, it wasn't real Fabio. It was airbrushed Fabio. Now we can just use AI to make airbrushed Fabio, and we're good. Problem solved. Sure, there you go, Daruk. I got faith in you. For anyone else out there, Hacker News posts a thing every month, once a month, of companies like saying, "Hey, we got jobs, man. You could work at Scribd. You could work at Daniel's Jewelers, Railway, Fingerprint, Flagler, Mapestry." Like, There are companies, man. If you're a junior, well, yeah, like there's jobs hiring juniors right now, man. SERP API, check it out, right? Pickle Robot, Freight Roll, Convu, Mixed Rank is actually a good one, man. I would say check out Mixed Rank. Like, Mixed Rank is big. I've worked at companies that use Mixed Rank. Yeah, apply to Mixed Rank. They have actual customers. Like, just do it, man. Just do it. It's so easy. I get it, Daruk. But man, worrying about AI taking your job or whatever, that's really, really like mid behavior. Have some fucking faith that some bullshit chatbot can't take your job, man. Have some fucking like self-agency knowing that you're better than some bullshit bot. Have you ever used one of those bots? Right? Try it for a day. You'll know they suck and you'll be actually really okay with knowing there's a job out there for you. Like, just try it. Just for a day or two. Try using OpenAI or Perplexity or any of the other shit. Just try it. Just try and like make it do your job. Just try it. That is more confidence than I could ever give you. Just try making this shit do your job based upon the really vague descriptions that Jira gives you. No, Daruk, you use Claude all the time, but you are filtering what business actually asks you for. Right? Think about that. Take the actual ticket you've been given in Jira, right? Like, recreate one if you have to. Don't use the actual one, but give it the actual detail you've been given on the job before and try and plug that into V0 or any other fucking bullshit AI tool out there. Try it. Just plug in the Jira ticket and only the Jira ticket. Does it give you anything usable? No. Definitely not. So if your job turns into fine-tuning the prompts for this AI, well then still that's more than management wants to do. So the nature of your job may change, but your job will not go anywhere because management doesn't want to do that shit anyway. So who gives a shit? Who cares? Who fucking cares? Management's not going to do this job anyway. Your job is safe. Agents sound cool. Again, agents are only as good as the prompting you give them. And management will never give you the full specification of what is actually needed to be done. They have a feature that a client asked for, and then they just regurgitate that shit into a Jira ticket. And then they ask you to make it. Our job is actually filling in those blanks. That's actually the majority of what makes a mid-level to senior engineer, understanding the blanks that need to be filled. Not the code that we write. The code is actually garbage. Who gives a fuck about code? Code's just a thing that we tell to a computer to make the computer do what we want. So even then, right? Someone will invent a better compiler, a better tool that takes our instructions and makes the thing we actually want from it. No matter what, our job is not code Our job is understanding the requirements better than the people that give us those requirements. That's it. That's the job. If you thought your job is making code is 10% of our time as a software dev. Maximum. The other time is spent in meetings and spent actually figuring out what people actually wanted. And then coding it out, 10 to 20% of our time max. If you think code is what we do for a living, you might be replaceable with AI. I'm just saying, like, if you think your job is actually replaceable with AI, it probably is. My job is not hammering out code. My job is figuring out what actually needs to be done versus what someone told me needs to be done. Yeah, here's the biggest thing, McBlankenberg. Like, dude, like, just recognize this. I'm seeing, like, horror stories about people posting about, like, yeah, my niece or nephew uses my OpenAI account, and I see them searching, like, how many seconds are in 3 minutes? They're using AI for basic arithmetic. And even then, I don't know if I trust AI to do that. Our jobs are safe. There's no fucking pipeline of competent engineers in this next generation. Like, they don't exist. Do you, Doruk? I would question the depth of those Vim plugins. Like, what all are you actually asking it to do? Yeah, let's build this pipeline with AI, said no DevOps ever. Yeah, exactly, Naranek. Like, dude, I don't know, man. Like, yeah, I feel like sometimes people are trolling when they, like, really do worry about this. But I know Doruk is not actually trolling. I think they just got trolled into being worried about it. Right? I think a troll actually got Doruk to worry. I'm not saying Doruk is trolling, but some troll actually trolled Doruk. Right? There's that one company, Clavio or some bullshit, like, oh, I fired half my engineering department, and we're just using AI for everything. Number one, that CEO is invested in OpenAI. Obviously, he wants you to think OpenAI can solve all this shit because he makes money off it. And also, their company is hiring software engineers. Would they still be hiring if they thought AI could do everything? Like, no, it's just bullshit to appease investors. That's it. Eventually, investors will become smart. Okay, well, hold on. No. All right, there are some things that just won't happen. That's one of them. Wait, why does the drink have anything to do with it, McBlankenberg? Yes, you should actually probably learn some Kubernetes. But also, you know what? The only certification that actually matters is something like the AWS Cloud Practitioner certification. Kubernetes course, probably not going to pay for shit. Now, get the AWS Cloud Practitioner certification. That's the only one that actually pays dividends. The only one that actually has value towards applications. I mean, do it because you're learning something. Don't do it because you think the certificate is worthwhile. The only certificate I've ever heard any recruiter say is actually valuable is the AWS Cloud Practitioner certificate. That's it. Anything else? The certificate is meaningless. What you learned to get it should be valuable. So your company needs it, sure. Even then, I question a lot of the entire process that values that. Yeah, exactly, right? The course, valuable. The certification, nah. No. Nope. I'm sorry, no. You don't need to pay money to take the test. The knowledge you gain, valuable. The cert, you could fart in your hand and have the same value, right? It'll carry the same weight. So here's the thing, HTML is a language. It seems almost like you're trolling, just like your name seems like it's also trolling. I mean, you can say you're not trolling all you want, but dude, you've had your account since 2018. Has that been your name since 2018? Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I agree HTML is a language, but it does seem like you're just trolling with a name like that. And why would I take any statement you make other than that seriously? Right? You want people to assume you're not a troll? Have a name that doesn't make you seem like a troll. I don't know. Sorry. That's on you, man. I agree with your name, but also it seems like your name is trying to actually bait an argument about your name. Right? Already, we got Mick Blankenberg trying to buy into the argument that your name is baiting. Like, I don't know, man. You want to be taken seriously? Have a name that should be taken seriously. Otherwise, I'm going to treat you like the troll that you seem to be. Fuck me, right? You want to be taken seriously? Have a somewhat serious name. Not one that plays upon people's need to argue about that kind of shit. That's up to you. And there it is, right? You didn't want to have a conversation. You simply wanted to engage the first person that called out your name. Uh, dude. Dude. Obvious troll is becoming really obvious at this point. You got one more chance to be someone actually worth talking to. Yeah, fuck me for giving an obvious troll a chance. How dare I not ban someone for an obviously trolly name who's just trying to bait people to debate that shit? Fuck me, right? Totally my fault. Why would I give someone a chance? All right, back to what we're actually doing. Yeah, no worries, Derek. Yeah, check it out for sure. Yeah, there's cool stuff in there. Yeah, go for it. I'd say apply to any of the ones in your area anyway, right? Especially like country wise, like region wise. Definitely worth it. All right, no further justification from HTML as a language to justify why they are not a troll. Huh. All right, note to self. I kind of do. But also, I don't know. Here's the thing, like, I ignored them long enough that they might have moved on. At which point, I think I recognized that they were definitely just trolling. They got one chance. They can say anything they want. Come on, this is your moment. Otherwise, I can just recognize them for the troll they are. Here's the thing. I don't like being right about that. Doesn't make me feel good. Yeah, a little bit there, Heg. Yeah, for sure, man. They are spitting in the face of TBL, man. How dare they? They deserve a ban just for that one. But no, like, obviously, they haven't had that name the entire time they've been on Twitch. They picked that name because they want to troll. I love Wasm. Wasm's the best. Are you kidding me, Config? Wasm's amazing. It's the coolest thing that's been invented in the past 10 years. Are you kidding me? Oh, you're hoping them. Yeah, I mean, so they're about to get banned. Like, they definitely won't be able to say anything here in a second. Because we recognize that they were definitely just trolling. Like, they've had more time to speak up for themselves after I said, like, hey, man, if you weren't trolling, just say something. And they haven't. So, yeah, no, HTML is a language. I agree with their name, but no, like, they have a name that's meant to actually trigger people, and they can fuck right off. There we go. They're gone forever. It's the easiest thing in the world. Oh, that was so simple. Oh, that was so easy. I should have done that ages ago. Yeah, Wasm's actually the future. Here's something, Config. I know that you are really into, like, you know, like, really technical and cool stuff. Man, SquiggleConf hasn't made their talks public. I'm wondering if they even, like, recorded that shit at this point. So instead, just check out Xtism. And if you want, hold on, I know you have enough channel points. If you want me to re-give a talk that might not be public on my GitHub, but I could totally give that talk about Wasm as a compatibility layer for your, like, plugin system, ooh, buddy, I could give that talk. I could give that talk. Like, I'm not even kidding, man. I know you got the points. I know Elfman has the points. Like, no one has to do so. I would say please don't redeem the points right now, because I don't think we have time today. But at the beginning of any other stream, when you both are here, you just ask, both of y'all, and I'll give the talk. Like, I don't mind. Yeah, config. I would say if you show up tomorrow or Thursday or Friday or whenever, towards the beginning of stream, just let me know. Like, when we're here at the end, I'd rather at least get a little bit more done. I am in rant mode. Could be a whiskey thing. I would say Friday would be a great time for it. Yeah, config. You want to know on Friday? Just let me know. Yeah, Friday sounds perfect for that. Real quick, though, man, I gotta go pee. Because I broke the seal. The beef I have thawing is actually fully submerged, so I think we're good. So yeah, let me go use the restroom. Config, I think you misunderstand. You massively misunderstand. Wasm in general doesn't have direct access to the DOM. Yeah, exactly. So hold on, BRB. Yeah, I think there is value to the talk, and we can chat about it. But yeah, don't mistake what Wasm is trying to do. So hold on. Config, are you into Rust at all? Despite what the Primogen says? Never touched it? Okay. Well, then you only get the meme version of what I'm about to talk about. Ooh, hold on. So we can't do that one. Balatro? You looked at Balatro? Gotcha. So wait, hold on. Why do people follow me on GitHub? Like, what does following someone on GitHub do? Like, you just see when they update a repo or something? Yeah, Waltr. Yeah, I hear you. Come on. You guys follow me on GitHub too? Well, I appreciate it, but I still don't understand it. Okay, to see updates, that does make a lot of sense. No, I get that. That's okay. I get it, I guess. Easier than starring the projects I make. Yeah, that makes sense. I totally get that. No, I totally get it. Yeah. Real quick though. Repos. Yeah, you're not gonna get the full talk here because no one redeemed the points and I don't want to do the whole thing right now anyway. But Rust, Wasm, and You is the name of this talk. So yeah, like I gave this talk back in like 2020, maybe 2021, something like that, right? It's web specific, right? About me, full stack dev. I don't work at Fresh Consulting anymore. That's how old this talk is. So yeah, easily 2020. I think 2020 for sure. But what is a You developer's favorite song? It's not unusual. Right? So yeah, basically You is a web framework using Wasm to write Rust that compiles to the browser and does some stuff. Right? So yeah, it's not unusual. Right, so then introducing You, yeah, what is You, blah, 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 project stats, sure, whatever, blah, 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 right? My favorite talk about what Wasm could be, and dude, my favorite part of Seattle JS these days is the fact that Gary Bernhardt, the dude that made this talk, it's my favorite talk of all time. I hope I haven't fanboyed out too hard. I'm actually a huge fan of this dude. Like, he's a fucking genius. I might not agree with every single thing he says because we've disagreed a little bit at Seattle JS, but oh my God, like I'm a huge fan. This guy is my favorite JavaScript celebrity, and he would actually hate the fact that I call him that. He would hate the fact that I call him that because he's not a JavaScript celebrity, right? He is a fundamental programming celebrity at that point. Like, nah, he gave this talk at PyCon, right? Like Python, you know? But anyway, I digress. Please don't embarrass me. He is my favorite JavaScript celebrity, and technically like tech celebrity. I put him above Ken Wheeler, and Ken Wheeler is a real close second. As far as people I look up to and people who have given the best talks of all time, oh my God, yeah, dude. Dude. Gary Bernhardt. He's the best. He's the fucking best. He's so good. I asked him for a selfie like 2 years ago, and I embarrassed him, I think. And since then, we've gone out partying and chatting and chilling, and like, I have fought every instinct I have to fanboy out. But no, he's the best. He's super good. And he's so like ethical and cool. I even made a joke about like, I just want to release a SaaS and like sell it to some company and be good and like be rich. He was like, but what about your users, man? Like he's so ethical and cool. He's the best. He's the best. Okay? So yeah. What is a You developer's favorite musical instrument? This is a Rust developer writing You for the browser, etc. Their favorite musical instrument is obviously a ukulele. All right, so then, yeah, we keep going. I'm not going to go through all of this You stuff, right? Come on. This talk isn't all about You. It's about You. Of course I'm serious, and don't call me Shirley. All right, so then where do devs go to learn about you? A university. Demo time? Yeah, we're not going to do that right now. What does Batman use to climb a tree? His utility belt. All right, so real quick, I just want to say, I gave this talk, I believe, in 2021 when the Primogen wasn't on his, like, Rust is okay arc. He did that, and then he's back on his Rust is terrible arc. Yeah. He hated on it. He likes it. He hates on it again. Who knows what he'll like next year? Whatever, right? Who gives a shit? It doesn't matter. He does it for views. It's fine. The big thing is to recognize that you can be productive with any language. Decide what you're trying to build first. Where do you developers go on vacation? Universal Studios. There you go. Nailed it. So yeah, right? Like, just recognize that I gave this talk in 2021 at the Manning Rust Conference online. Right? I think U is actually outdated. There's a modern framework called Leptos. That is actually what you should probably be looking into for a modern version of Rust compiling to Wasm, compiling to, like, web framework magic and awesomeness. Check out Leptos if you actually want to write Rust, but you don't want to write JavaScript. So then, as we go through it, yeah, sure, blah, 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 what's missing, sure, blah, 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 wrapping up. And then finally, there were other streamers to check out. Notice how the Primogen isn't in this list because he was actually a Rust hater at the time I made this talk. So the Primogen's take on languages will actually go with the flow of whatever his fucking audience gives a shit about or not. Like, his opinion is really, really, like, pop culture focused. He saw that there was a major push for Rust, so he made Rust a part of his content. Nowadays, he's bigger than the push for Rust, and he can do whatever the hell he wants. Sure. But just notice how the Primogen is not in this list, because he was hating on Rust at the time I made this talk. And then for 2, maybe 3 years, Rust was okay because it had the viewership numbers that he was looking for. So don't base your opinion on languages based upon some fucking content creator. And I say that about me too. Just because I like Rust doesn't mean you should actually like it. Just because I like Wasm doesn't mean you should actually like it. Figure this shit out for yourself. You're a big boy or big girl. Don't listen to content creators on how you should live your life because most of us are dealing with optimizing for some fucking algorithm or some viewership number or some bullshit. Right? Don't listen to content creators for what actually matters. But real quick, hold on. U is a great way to build front ends, right? You can use U to build a Rust-based front end using Wasm. You could use Leptos nowadays. You could use all sorts of stuff. Does that mean goodbye to React, Angular, etc.? Well, for me, the answer is no. But I can think of at least one dev who's never going to give U up. Yeah, I'm really fucking proud of that joke. I made this joke worldwide at the Manning Rust Conference. I was able to troll people in every fucking time zone. Right? Which is why when people come in here trolling me, they're trolling in one time zone. That's just so lazy. Come on, man. You can be better. You can do worldwide trolling by being a streamer yourself. Right? People coming in here to just troll me? So lazy. Such a small scope. Dream bigger. So config, basically what you're talking about is not even new at this point, right? Like, just consider how people have used, like, reason in the past. No matter what, to bring a JS library into a reason, or technically nowadays rescript project, you have to assign those types yourselves or they have to exist. So no matter what, if you want to consume JavaScript into a U project, well, no, that's not a thing. You can't do that. Because U is Rust. You're writing Rust. You're not bringing JavaScript into that Rust. You can only bring Rust into that Rust and then compile it to the WASM that then gets compiled to the thing that manipulates the DOM. So you're not bringing some random JS library into a U project or a Leptos project or whatever, and that's actually their flaw. You're not able to use the JS ecosystem in U or in Leptos or in any of that. And that's why they haven't taken off. Unfortunate? Maybe, but it's the same problem you have with Flow. It's the same problem you have with TypeScript in general. Do you want strong types in TypeScript? There better be some types for it, or it's just implicit any. Deal with it, right? No matter what, you have to define those types. Or someone has to do it for you. That's just the nature of it. Recognize that you'll never get any other version of that because there's a fundamental separation of those layers. You might be able to use AI for it. Only if you trust the types that AI is going to spit out. That's just the nature of it, their config. Like, no language is going to have access to JS because the JS would have to define types that your language can understand. And no JS library is going to define F# types. Ever. It's not going to happen. So it's the same exact problem that will always be the case. I don't know what magic you're expecting to exist between these things, but no, it's just not there. It's not going to happen. Which is why some compile to JS language is just not going to happen. I don't believe you. I'm sorry. I don't think those bindings are automatic. I believe no matter what, there is going to be some layer that somebody has to write. I'm sorry, config. I don't believe you. Yeah, nothing's automatic, right? Boom. Yeah, there you go. So whatever you're talking about, like, yeah, you can do the same thing for any language you want. But it's not automatic. All right, so real quick, you work in the same SaaS industry that I'm building, and you're intrigued on how and why I wanted to solve this issue. So many deep, the biggest issue that I'm trying to solve is I have other software as a service I want to build, but I don't want to build out my quota system or my balance system every single time. So instead, I want to build a service that manages that for me. And if I want it, I bet other people want it too. Config, I don't know. I'm not sure of a thing that solves that problem. That sounds like a Google problem to me, right? You have the entire internet at your disposal. I'm not aware of a thing that solves that problem. So now it's on you to put in some research or effort. The biggest thing that separates these things from existing is effort. In general. AI will not solve this. A human being has to put in the effort, even if they use AI for help. That's the reality we live in. I don't know, man. Deal with it. Figure it out. Up to you. Right? You say, Fable and Feliz, try to do it. There's a tool to do it automatically, but it's bad. Duh. It will always be bad, in my opinion. No matter what language you're talking about. So, I don't know. Like, why do you think some other thing does it better? How do you think it would do it better? What is the cost of making it do better? And I get that config, but recognize every time you're writing your own bindings, you might be fucking up. A big part of why porting from Flow to TypeScript was hard is because we had to write our own Flow bindings, our own Flow types at GitKraken, and it turns out those Flow types are not actually accurate. And things break because we assume that they were accurate. No, and yeah, like stuff actually fails because those types were not accurate. So anytime you're introducing that middle layer, you're introducing a potential for major errors. Right? You don't mind writing bindings yourself? Well, I hope you don't mind those bindings being incorrect. Because they will be. Almost guaranteed. You're going to make those bindings work for the way that you're using them, but you're not going to make them work for every single use case that the library has to solve. At which point, you're going to be stuck with incomplete bindings that you're just stuck with because you were actually building on top of incomplete bindings that are actually maybe inaccurate bindings, and now you've built around a bad abstraction, and you got to refactor a major portion of your code base because of it. We have that exact fucking problem at GitKraken right now because we built on a bad type system. Flow. So yeah, you might be happy with doing that, but I just want to point out that have fun maintaining that because you're most likely making assumptions that you shouldn't be. Because that's just how that works. Have fun. Go for it. Enjoy. But you're actually you're creating tech debt in doing so. You know that, right? You think you're avoiding tech debt, but no, you're actually creating tech debt. You know that, right? By trying to avoid TypeScript because of the tech debt reasons, you're creating tech debt for those reasons. Depends on the language you're using to consume the libraries. The moment you're consuming a library that doesn't have bindings for the language that you're trying to target, you are creating tech debt. You might not want to admit it. That's up to you. Yes. All right. So the fact that you're at least willing to admit that, you're closer towards recognizing that some of this shit isn't worth abstracting in a type-safe way. More pleasant to work with for you, but maybe not for the person that comes in after you when you leave for a higher salary for another company. Right? So again, you're creating tech debt that someone else will decry as like, oh my God, this dude fucked up. Have you ever had that moment where you had to fix the tech debt that someone left behind because they're no longer at the company and you have to solve it now? You have. I guarantee you have, because that's the nature of the industry. So just recognize whatever you're doing is not perfect. It's not the savior of all devs behind you. You're only solving your own problems, and that's what every single dev before you has ever done. So whenever we as devs look at why the hell did this person choose this solution that causes so much extra effort for me, it's because it made their job easier, not your job easier. And you're actually creating the exact same situation that you've probably complained about in the past. Right? Just saying. Type safety doesn't solve problems unless the library creates those types for you, because they actually know the future-proof way of writing these things. And if they haven't written it, you're just setting up tech debt. As long as you and your managers recognize that, you're good to go. You've shunned unnecessary cost for you, but you're actually just punting unnecessary cost for someone else. You're just kicking the can down the road so that you don't have to deal with it. As long as you're honest about that, then we're good. If not, you're not being honest about the tech debt you're creating. And that's a problem, in my opinion. It's not my problem, so I don't actually care. I'm just saying. All right, so hold on. Manydeep. Interesting. There are other open source, non-open source UBB solutions like Stripe, ChargeBee, etc. Is cost the only reason why I wanted to build my own? So Manydeep. I'm not solving the Stripe problem or the ChargeBee problem. I am managing a quota system and a balance system. And Manydeep, are you even out there still? I bet you left already because I didn't give you any attention during the 5 minutes you needed it. You're still out there. Okay, cool. Never mind. Just making sure. I'm not trying to solve the Stripe or ChargeBee problem at all, whatsoever. I'm trying to solve a quota and a balance management problem. So you might charge someone $20 via Stripe to manage X amount of shit coins or crystals or whatever you want to call them in your mobile game. Who manages that balance? Do you want to put that into your own database when you got other shit to deal with anyway? Or would you rather outsource their balance management to someone else? So just assume that your League of Legends, you got two, crystals to worry about, red and blue crystals. You award them based upon things that happen within some milestone within the game, or via the blue crystals, someone pays for them. I'm mixing them up. Sorry, red crystals, someone pays for them, and then they, purchase a skin from those crystals. Those two separate balances, how do you manage those things and keep track of them? And then visualize them within your dashboards to make sure that project managers can see what the average usage of balances is and how many people are leaving a balance hanging and blah, 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 right? There's an entire engineering department that you would pay for to actually create the dashboard for managers to see the utilization of people's balances, etc., right? So then, in a totally separate business, let's say you want to build out your own hosting platform, similar to Vercel, and you want to measure the bandwidth and the amount of requests and the monthly active users and blah, blah, blah. Like all those things. How do you track that? And how do you create a dashboard for visualizing all that? I don't care about the Chargebee or Stripe or any of that shit. I only care about managing the quota that you actually care about. So you might collect your money from Stripe, but then how do you actually manage how people are using their quotas against what they're actually paying for? If they pay a subscription via Stripe for 1 million requests per month, and they go over that quota, how do you bill them for extra? Again, that's not a thing Stripe gives a shit about. So quota and balance management is actually fundamentally separated from the billing portion that you're thinking about. I can solve that middleman part of things. I can solve the reporting part of things. I'm not trying to solve the Stripe problem. Nah, man, use Stripe, use PayPal, use Steam. I don't give a shit. But when that payment goes through Stripe or PayPal or Steam, it comes back with a webhook saying, hey, they paid us for X amount of whatever. We need to now add that stuff to their balance. I can handle the balance part. Does that make sense, Mandadeep? Yeah, no worries. I'm trying to get better about explaining it, but I'm also dealing with a lot of trolls that just don't want to get it. So that's why my phrasing is a little combative. Just saying. And you came in when I was dealing with config. Totally willing to put in the effort towards their one toy language. Like, go for it. Config, like, come on, man. Config doesn't care about tech debt as long as they're happy. Config, just recognize that every single senior that has ever come before you that picked some other toy language they care about did the same thing. And then you're stuck cleaning up after it. If you've never been in the case of cleaning up after someone's favorite toy language and the thing that just, I don't know, doesn't actually fit the purpose, well, then there you go. No, you're actually not paying for the pleasure config. You're pushing that payment to someone else. So many deep. I understand. Yes, I know Stripe is trying to solve this problem. Sure. I don't know that ChargeBee is trying to solve that problem. At the end of the day, I don't think Steam gives a shit about this problem. All I'm trying to do is solve a problem that I think people have. So yes, if people use Stripe, they like Stripe billing might solve it slightly. I don't think it solves it the way I'm trying to solve it because I want to be completely agnostic from the billing platform. Because some of these things have nothing to do with billing, right? If you play League of Legends, the blue crystals, no, you can't buy blue crystals. You have to play the game to get them. All right, that's how you unlock new champs, etc. How do you get those new champs? How do you get the crystals to unlock those champs? Why would Stripe give a shit about something they can't collect money for? Stripe doesn't. It's not a problem they're going to solve whatsoever. So yeah, many deep. I just want to point out, like, a billing platform is the wrong person to try and solve this problem because if there's not money tied to it, they don't give a shit. I think so, HTTP, for sure. Yeah, I think there is a major, like, use case for what I'm building. Again, I'm biased. And yeah, many deep. Yeah, there you go. I'm glad you actually get the problem I'm trying to solve. Yeah, like, just consider Vercel. Vercel has 5+ quotas they care about. Like, there's requests per month, there's bandwidth, there's, I don't know, I feel like at least 3 other things that I'm probably forgetting because I don't care about their billing specifically because Vercel will never be a customer of mine. But yeah, like, there are quotas to manage for a hosting platform that, you know, if you want to create your own Vercel competitor or other software as a service, there are quotas you have to manage based upon billing tiers, and you'll just solve that problem, right? Anytime you spend building that out and then building out dashboards for it, is time you're not spending actually building your product. My business existing solves the same kind of need that auth as a service solves as well. Because any big company can solve auth as a service on their own if they want. Who gives a shit? Right? SSO, like OAuth, fucking what's the big one, right? Like SAML, like all that bullshit. Like, dude, you can do that on your own if you want. But you pay for a service because you got other shit to do to launch your actual business. Anything you're doing towards those things is not your actual business. And that's what I'm trying to solve. And again, I'm trying to solve problems that Stripe doesn't give a shit about because it has nothing to do with actual billing. But yeah, config. Right. Just making sure. Like, I know I was a bit harsher in my comments and critiques of our discussion, so I'm glad you weren't holding it against me. Yes. I apologize. Like, you're not even bringing that up right now. Like, you've moved on. I still want to apologize. I was harsher in my discussion and counterpoints than I should have been. I know. I'm glad you didn't. I appreciate that. I still recognize that I was harsher than I should have been. Right? I think you could at least recognize that. My tone was probably wrong. I fuck up on tone way more than I should. I think my points were actually fine, but the way I phrased it, the tone that I had, like all that, like I still like when I think back on it, I apologize. That's on me. You're from the UK. Well, okay. Come on, Dougal. Yeah, for sure. Sorry. Right? Yeah. Yeah. My bad. I get it. Again, I don't like that negative tone representing me, and I feel bad every time. So I'm glad you didn't take offense. Thank you, config. Like, I didn't mean offense by it at all. Like, I didn't mean any offense. But I do know that the way I was phrasing it, the tone that I took, could be taken the wrong way. And I'm glad you didn't. So, thank you. My point is that I try and make my point as emphatically as I can at all moments. And sometimes I overdo that. Like, I embraced like a major like debate culture, at least in my head. Right? Like, maybe a little bit at home, like within the family. Like, to a degree, argue your point as well as you can. I overuse tone and I overuse phrasing to make a point. When instead, my points should actually be able to stand on their own without tone. Yeah, we totally made it work. Damn right. Well, when I say made it work, we definitely have a bug in there somewhere. We don't see it right now, but yeah, there are bugs. But we fixed the bug that you're thinking about there, Zerk. For sure. But yeah, config, thank you for not taking offense. I just want to, like, reiterate that. Like, man, that's cool, man. So Money Deep, or Manny Deep, I forget the phrasing. You've been following me for a while on Twitch and you never thought I was rude. Devs usually are more passionate when they explain. Here's the thing. Thank you for not thinking I'm rude. I am definitely rude, though. Especially when I have a point I'm trying to make that people just don't get. So thank you for not taking me as being rude. But I know. I know me. I don't mean to be rude, but man, I know for a fact I'm rude more than I want to be. So thank you for not taking offense, is what I'm getting at. I don't mean the offense, but I know for a fact I am ruder than I want to be. I have no better way of phrasing that. I think that's the best way of explaining how I debate, how I argue, etc. I make things with certain phrasing, certain intonation, certain like points, etc., in a way that I think they deliver the point better, but also it means that I am taken as harsher than I should be. So yeah, thank you all. Thank you for giving me at least that benefit of the doubt, which is why I've been trying to give the trolls that seem obvious, but let's give them at least a little more chance to hang themselves with their trolley-like remarks. I try and give the trolls the benefit of the doubt these days because I've been too harsh on the bands in the past. Yeah, and sometimes they're not actually a troll and they were just messing up. Like, I get to gain something from the fact that I'm giving more people room to hang themselves. A little bit more rope. Sometimes they don't need the rope. Right? Language barrier or other reasons. And they actually mean well. And it's happened. Like, it's totally fine. The icons I'm using are phosphorus and the duotone for them. So yeah, if you go to iconify.design, you can find an icon that you like. I use phosphor, and then you can click duotone and see the duotone icons for it. For this exact project, I think duotone fits. For other projects, I think, you know, bold might be better, or regular, or whatever, right? Or fill. That's something that you and your designer need to decide. Otherwise, well, you as like the dev with no design sense, you have to decide. In this case, I'm the dev with no design sense, and I just picked this one just because. Yeah. I think most of us here watching my stream are devs with no design sense. But just recognize, hold on, keep in mind, that's what designers are actually paid for. They're paid to actually care. So here as devs, don't think that you are better than a designer because they are paid to actually care about things that you don't give a shit about. They actually have to do user interviews and shit. You know? Like, they have to talk to users. Ugh. I think I just threw up in my mouth a little. That could just be the whiskey, but still, I don't know, man. Most of us are devs that couldn't tell the difference between an icon if we had to. Like, if it would save our life, we still wouldn't know. Stairway, you are many deep, right? I mean, I'd appreciate it if you were still over on the YouTube, because, you know, like, those numbers benefit me a little bit more than Twitch numbers do. I'm trying to hit that 4,000 watch hours on YouTube. Honestly, don't feel bad about it. Watch wherever you want. I just need to, like, be less lazy and release actual YouTube videos instead of just streaming there and thinking that that'll do it. But I have been hovering like 100 or maybe 200 or 300 hours, like, below the 4,000 number for like a year now. You know what the actual fix is? I should probably make, like, real YouTube videos. Hold on, I gotta skip this fucking song. But yeah, no, that's me blowing it. I have a YouTube video that would be so good. It's about, like, the ghosty, like, shader bullshit. I'm just slacking so bad on that one. Dude, I'm slacking so bad. That's a video I need to make. We'll do it here within the next day or two. Fuck it, right? I'm thinking Wednesday. Wednesday's the day. But also, I have like a video I need to record tomorrow morning for work. And if I don't do it tomorrow morning, I'm going to have to do it Wednesday morning. But damn it. Now I need to do it tomorrow. Anyway. All right, so you know what? Here's the thing. I think we're at a good point to finish up for today. The balance payments page, we haven't done anything for yet, and we're not even on that page. Like, dude, if we go here, we click it, and we click payments, yeah, something has gone terribly wrong. We got bugs to fix for days. These are the bugs we got to fix tomorrow. We solved the bugs we had with transactions and searching and querying, and I did not plan for those to be a thing because I didn't realize they were even bugs yet. So tomorrow, we can finally do the balance payments page. I think that's our main goal. So let's go raid someone. What balance icon set the pig is from? I mean, I'll look. I thought it was from Phosphor. Yeah, Phosphor. Piggy bank. Definitely Phosphor. Type in piggy. Yeah, there you go. There's Zerk. No big deal. If you really tried, you could have just like pulled your nose up and gone wee wee, and you would have found it. Like, real easy, right? Right? That's what AI is for. I bet AI could have found it if you just like pulled your nose up and went wee wee, you know? Come on, man. Isn't that what AI is for at this point? That actually hurt my nose a little bit. Like, I have a prominent nose. This is like a regal nose, right? With a nose like this, I could have ruled France. At least back in the 1600s or something. Zerk just broke their nose. Well, obviously your nose isn't regal enough to handle the trials and tribulations a nose like this would actually like need. All right, so yeah, obviously you got a weak nose. You were not actually destined to rule any part of Europe. There it is. That's just science, you know? But yeah, let's go figure out who we go raid. Who's streaming right now? Yeah, no, I'm getting hungry, and yeah, like, we'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully less ranting. Or maybe if you like the ranting, maybe more ranting. Sareway, no, come on, man. Like, nobody watches this stream for the rants. It doesn't happen. Ah, shit. Okay. All right, I found a stream. Let's go rate them. Yeah. So they're looking for a website idea. They're doing PHP, Laravel, and web dev. I mean, doesn't the PHP Laravel part imply web dev? I like their crazy hat, though. Yeah, crazy hat gang. Take it easy there, config. Come on. Just chill. Some pho? I'm actually gonna make pho tonight for dinner. Oh, it'll be delicious. Yeah. Oh man, I'm gonna do some like beef pho. Yeah, I'm gonna like sear the pho and then throw it into some like heated pho stuff, and it'll be delicious. Let's go say hi. But yeah, YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. Yeah, we were chilling, hanging out, like ranting.